Hello and welcome to everybody out there. It's finals day today, the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. It's the final day and we're going to see both singles finals take place with the women's starting off, and then we'll finish off today with the men. So we've been here for the last few days. It's the very first time that we've been in Nanjing, China for the Asia Pacific Australian Open Play-Off, and it's a very exciting time. Both players, whoever wins today, will get a main draw wildcard straight into the Australian Open 2013. So huge prize up for grabs. And we start off with the ladies. So we're going to go with Wang Quang, the second seed, who has comfortably gone through all of her matches so far, and up against Zhang Yuzhan, the 515th ranked player in the world. As we see some pictures there from Nanjing, China. It's an exciting time for the Australian Open, which is the Grand Slam of the Asia Pacific region. And we've been going through China the last couple of years, particularly with the Australian Open trophies. As we'll see in a few seconds coming up, they've been very excited over there in China with the trophies coming through, both the men's and women's Australian Open trophies on show. And it's a very exciting time as I welcome my co-host today, who will be with you in special comments, David Bidmead. Dave, you excited about the matches coming up?
I am, Adrian. We've seen some fantastic tennis so far this week, and it's great to see that they've, started this event like we have the Australian Open wildcard playoff in Australia, and expecting some fantastic tennis.
As we see the trophies there on showcase, so look at the excitement of the fans. They love the Australian Open, and they're getting very excited. We're not too far away as well. Obviously in January, it's the first Grand Slam of the year, as we've got the kids out on court there as well. MLC Tennis Hotshots, the huge participation program that we see run by Tennis Australia. We've got huge numbers in Australia, lots of kids wanting to get out on court with the modified version of the game, and we've got the young Chinese boys and girls over there enjoying their tennis as well. So we very much look forward to today's tennis, starting off with the girls as mentioned, and then we finish off with the men. Both girls coming up, neither have played in a Grand Slam event, so an absolutely massive prize on offer to the winner of this match. As we see the CEO, Steve Wood of Tennis Australia, has been travelling over there and meeting and greeting all of the fans and the tennis administrative groups. As we advance this great event, the Australian Open, we get a lot of tourists coming over from all corners of the globe, but particularly from the Asian region and China as well. So there they are, those trophies. Not too bad at all. So Dave, you've seen a little bit of tennis over the past few days. What have your thoughts been?
Well, first of all, I think it's a great event, and it looks like it's been going really well, and crowds have been building as well. I know there haven't been, massive crowds, but they haven't been advertising it as much as they like. More of a viewing, on the stream as we are now, and also on TV in China. But I mean, it's a great story. The 515th ranked Zhang, I think to get through, she came through qualifying as well.
Yep.
So to get through to the final, what an opportunity for her. And that's what this wildcard playoff is all about, giving opportunities to players that wouldn't otherwise have one, and she would even miss out in the qualifying in the Australian Open. So obviously she's good enough, up-and-coming player, and got opportunity to take out a wildcard berth here.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Ali McDonald, actually, he came out the other day and just said the performance of Zhang really typifies exactly what this tournament is all about. You open it up to lots of different players, and he said that Zhang has just taken every ball on its merit, and she's played well. She's been consistent. She's upset a couple of players, and now she finds herself one match away, as we see the players come out on court right now.
Now let's enjoy the match. 下面请大家观赏比赛。
So both girls heading out on court right now. They'll get settled in. Conditions not the best. We have seen some sunnier days over the past couple of days. We've actually starting 1 hour earlier today because there may be a little bit of rain coming this afternoon. So let's hope that doesn't hit us and we can get through unscathed. But as we mentioned, Zhang, she's 18 years of age and she's currently ranked 515 in the world. So she's definitely not favourite on paper in this one, but that hasn't meant too much. She has upset the number 1 seed in the quarterfinals already. So she's on a bit of a giant killing run, and she's going to hope that won't end today and she can take this match out and head into her first ever Grand Slam event, the Australian Open. And we see Wang just getting ready there as well. She's been very consistent over the past few days, currently ranked 177 in the world. As we're just going to see the coin toss there. So Zhang won the toss there, and she's going to serve. So a confident start.
Adrian, you saw a bit of Wang play earlier in the tournament. What was her game like?
Yeah, really, really consistent, actually. I saw her in the quarterfinals. So she won that match 6-2, 6-4, and she played Liang. It was an interesting one. She came out and she was up 4-love in the first set and was just completely dominant, really consistent over both sides, and moved very well also. There was just no problem moving for a forehand and backhand. The second set, she sort of slowed down a little bit, and it was a lot closer. She ended up winning that 6-4. Technically very strong though, perhaps slightly weaker with the mental side of her game, but we only saw that for a few games in the middle of the match. So on paper, she's definitely the one to beat. We see Zhang there. She's 18 years of age. I suppose one thing we need to talk about and monitor is just the nerves, perhaps, that may come into play for Zhang. Still very young. She'll know going out on court she's not the favourite, but she's one match away. So let's hope the nerves don't come into play.
That's right. Well, it could go either way with her. Either nerves are going to get to it. It's a big moment. She's not as experienced as her opponent. Or she might go out there and be fearless and go, I've got nothing to lose. I'm not the favourite. And really take it to Wang. And yeah, I mean, that's how she should approach it, because she's had a great run so far. And if she can keep this going, then, well, what a story.
Yeah, absolutely. So the girls will just warm up for a few minutes here and then get started as we see some of the numbers there for Wang. So 20 years of age, currently ranked 179, and she is seeded number 2 in the playoffs now. So again, best of 3 set match today. And hopefully both girls can settle in nice and early, feel really confident and comfortable out there, and we can see some good tennis.
It's a big moment for both players. Adrian, you mentioned both haven't played a main draw Grand Slam before. I mean, it's also the prize money involved as well for these players in terms of travel and expenses. I mean, it's a big carrot to get if they can win this match.
Yeah, no doubt at all. So we've got the fans there. As you mentioned, we've seen a few fans coming in over the last few days. I think because it is the first time that we've run this Tennis Australia in conjunction with tennis over in China. So hopefully over the next few years, I'm sure it will build up. We've seen a lot of interest in Chinese tennis over the past few years, obviously with Li Na being the number 1 player over there in the women's side of the game. And we really hope that can feed into both the men's and women's sides over the next few years. You'd think it would. China, huge economic powerhouse in the world at the moment, so lots of resources over there and lots of coaches moving over there as well, the good coaches. So naturally, you would think a lot of players will be produced over the next few years. So we mentioned that Wang, who's down the other end of the court, there she is. She's played really confidently and very consistently over the past few days. After her recent semi-final victory, she just simply stated she followed her own game plan out there, and that's the sort of player she is. She seems to go out there with a strategy in mind and just tries to follow it through. She also mentioned the fact that she was concentrating on her performance and she was simply able to come out with the victory. So not too much fuss with Wang's game, and definitely favourite on paper. She did start very well in her quarterfinal match that I did see. So again, she'll be hoping to head out there and start in a really positive fashion. Both girls, whoever wins this match, will definitely have some fans out here in January in Melbourne. Lots of Chinese fans come out and enjoy the tennis. We have a large population of Chinese people in Melbourne in particular. So there might be a few more fans in Melbourne than there are perhaps today at this stage.
I think so. I think you're right. I think that's what's so great about the Australian Open. We're so multicultural here in Australia and Melbourne in particular, and also, like you mentioned before, Asia's so close. A lot of tourists come out for the Australian Open, so there's always a lot of support for most countries, and in particular China, when players are playing here.
So both girls just finishing off with their serves, and then we'll come out for the first point. As we mentioned, Zhang won the toss, and she's elected to serve, which is a confident move, I think. In the quarterfinal that Wang did play, one strength of hers that I noticed was her serve. She was really serving very well. She was able to set up the point from her first serve, but even her second serve, the opponent on that day, Liang, wasn't able to jump all over it. So it's a strength of hers.
She's quite tall, Wang, and in both players towering over the umpire there.
Yep.
We saw it the coin toss, so definitely well built for to be a tennis player.
Yeah.
Both players.
It certainly is a great initiative, though. The first time that we have Tennis Australia has run the playoff over there in China. So Steve Wood, the CEO, announced that at the recent Australian Open launch, along with a number of other initiatives, including the increase in prize money as well. So an extra $4 million to go into the overall purse of the Australian Open. Obviously, there has been a lot of talk about the prize money, particularly at the lower level, I suppose. You know, the futures events, and also players that make the Grand Slams, if they lose the first round or the second round, perhaps not being able to pay for their trip, even though they've made the main draw. But hopefully that will start to change, I guess, with that increase in prize money.
Yeah, well, I think they haven't actually dispersed the prize money yet, so I think that'll come out closer towards the January towards the tournament. And yeah, I think what we'll see is more prize money for those early rounds and qualifying rounds as well, and just a slight increase at the top. And that's what the players want. Try and help those guys that are, I guess, struggling a bit more financially. I mean, it does cost a lot to travel the world and play tennis, especially if you've got coaches with you or fitness coaches, and you know, you're in hotels, you've got flights, you're flying somewhere else, you know, each other week. So it's an expensive game to play, and if you can crack the very top, then yeah, you're going to make a lot of money. But if you're not quite there or just on the cusp, then it can be a struggle at times.
Yeah, well, you would know a little bit more about that. We'll talk a little bit further throughout the day, but you've been the practice partner of Bernard Tomic over the past few months.
That's right.
And Greg Jones as well. So I'm sure I'll be throwing a few questions at you throughout the afternoon, if that's okay. All right, so we're ready to go. Zhang to serve. It's the women's final. And not the best start, you would have to say. I think that ball bounced twice before it didn't actually hit the net, I don't think.
Slightly nervous from Zhang, I think.
Maybe that's a way of her releasing the nerves.
Perhaps go with an early drop shot.
Yes. And that's just gone long, but good hitting. second point of the match. That's a better start.
It is definitely important for Zhang to get off to a good start here. She's the one that's going to be feeling the nerves more, you'd think. Let's just settle into this match right from the beginning.
Great shot. And that's one thing you will see from Wang. She's not afraid to step into the ball and give it a bit of a crack. She's a confident player. But Zhang staying with her in these early rallies, which is good to see. And a bit of a loose one, so already 2 break points now, 15-40.
Zhang just pulling the trigger slightly too early there.
And that one's just gone long, so first break in the first game of this women's final, and Wang leads 1 game to love. It's always interesting this after the first game. I think when they brought the rule out that they weren't allowed to sit down, I mean, they don't technically sit down, but they do have a little bit of drink.
We were speaking about this yesterday, Pete Mercado and I, and we're saying, yeah, the reason for this rule is so it moves quickly, but everyone just takes a break anyway. I think the players have basically changed the rule themselves.
Yeah. It's just as though they're standing up, doing what they usually do, sitting down.
Exactly.
But I think it does save a little bit of time anyway.
I think you're right. Well, nervous start from Zhang in that first game. Hopefully she can bounce back here.
It's a bit of a Marat Safin style backhand.
I was surprised to see the jump backhand there from Wang. Just pretty confident early on.
And a couple of loose ones in this first service game for Wang. So her serve is one of her strengths, as is being consistent as well. So she will really be hoping to hold this game and maintain that break of serve. That's a great shot. Confident shot, Dave.
Yeah, that's what she needs. And if she can get back on level terms here right at the start, I think it's going to settle her nerves. Because I think she's the one. If she doesn't get off to a good start, Zhang, then Wang's one's going to be pretty confident.
And that's a loose second serve, so another break of serve. And we're level at 1 game apiece. Very early stages of this women's singles final in Nanjing.
Bit of a strange game from Wang, just kind of lost concentration.
Yeah.
3 or 4 loose errors. Just trying to gather herself at the back of the court.
15.
So we are seeing a few unforced errors early stages, which is somewhat understandable. We mentioned that neither of these players have played in a Grand Slam event. And the winner of this match will head into the main draw of the Australian Open in January. And that's a cracking shot. So already we're seeing that forehand side of Zhang. She's certainly hitting the ball well, meeting it out in front. That may be a strength that we will see over the next set or two. Both girls, similar games, they do like to stay back. Very much the modern day tennis players with the two-handed backhand. Don't like to be overly creative.
Big hitting from Zhang there. Great backing up the line. Looks like she's settled in now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I imagine Wang going out on court, knowing that she's the second seed and she would be the favourite. If Zhang can take it to her in the early stages, I did mention that in Wang's quarterfinal there was a sort of mental breakdown at one point over a few games. So Zhang looking quite solid in the early stages here. Superb rally again.
Rally.
14-15.
Great defensive skills from Wang on display. Zhang really set up the point early and hit that forehand drive into the open court, but Wang getting himself back in the rally. And you mentioned she's very consistent. Good example there.
Yeah, nice aggressive return there. You'll notice, especially on the second serve, that Wang will look to step into the court. So one more game point here for Zhang to take a 2-1 lead. Important to try and have a high percentage of first serves, so we'll look to see if she can land this first one in. And she does, and forces the error from Wang. So Zhang has taken a 2-1 lead, early stages of this women's singles final. And she looks confident at the moment. So Wang will now come out to serve. We're on serve. First two games were both breaks, but then Zhang just held on to her most recent service game. So Wang will be hoping to hold here for the first time in the match.
Is that strong serve from Wang? Been serving very well throughout this tournament.
Net. Go service.
Dave, we mentioned just in the break before the height of both girls. They're both very tall. I've just tried to find both of their heights, but neither are listed on the websites at the moment, but they're tall.
Yep, they are. And typically, I guess, with a lot of Asian tennis players, they're not as tall as these girls. So, no, very well built to play tennis. And we can see with their serves, they're using their height to their advantage.
So a comfortable service game there for Wang, and she levels it at 2-all. I think, although Wang does seem quite tall, it's particularly Zhang down the other end. She's got the very long arms and long legs, so able to perhaps reach certain balls that other players may not be able to reach. And it'll be interesting to see her serve as well. You imagine with that height, she's able to get a lot of leverage through the ball. But very long arms and long legs.
Love 15.
Great return there. That's exactly what you want, don't you? Nice deep, bit of power.
Yep, and up the middle, nothing wrong with that. Doesn't let your opponent have any angles to work with.
She's got a slightly unusual serve, Zhang. Keep an eye on this.
Very stiff wrist, the way she holds the racket.
That's a great shot. As we see the fist pump for the second time in the match.
Fantastic from Zhang, stepping in, nailing that forehand. And she's probably going to be the aggressive one, the more aggressive of the two, but also a bit more inconsistent. That's what we've seen so far in the first 4 games.
Yeah, although there was a double fault there, I do like the way Zhang plays. I mean, she's 18 years of age, and already she's playing quite powerfully, aggressively, and if you want to make it in the top 50, top 20, even the top 10, you have to be playing like that.
Exactly right, and I think you can see her body. We said she's very tall and long-limbed, but not fully developed yet. Definitely needs to put on a bit more muscle, and she will, I'm sure, in the next few years.
15-40.
Not quite getting back into position there, Zhang. In a bit of trouble now. 15-40, 2 break points for Wang. Some tremendous returns this game. Not going for too much, but just getting the ball nice and deep, firm.
Oh, wrong-footed her. So she breaks again, Wang, and she takes a 3-2 lead. Early stages of this women's singles final. Confident start.
Time.
So Wang will come out now. She's got that service break. It's very important after you do break serve to try and consolidate. So she'll be looking for first serves in this game here. Ooh.
Love 15.
Close one there.
Yeah.
Wang thought it might have just missed.
Just missed it.
Just missed it.
Just wide there, so a little frustrated after that one. It was her point to win. She did set it up with that forehand out wide. So we're now at love 30.
Love 14.
What a shot.
Massive shot from Zhang. Look at this on the replay.
Oh, yes.
Right in the corner.
Game.
And she forced the error there as well, just with that slice backhand. Just spun right into the body of Wang, and we're back to 3-all.
Great change up there from Zhang. Interesting you said the mental side of Wang. She goes missing every now and then. It's a bit funny. She played a couple of great games before, and then that game then, just a couple of loose errors. Should just stick to a game plan and be solid, keep moving the ball around. A little bit up and down so far with her game.
Love 15.
Just long. So neither girl really showing a significant weakness on either side. Both quite strong technically. Perhaps just at the moment, Wang is becoming a little bit frustrated. Zhang has stayed with her, and she might be looking at the scoreboard thinking, you know, I should have a break or two at this stage. Oh, she got it, Wang. Great movement to the net there. A little bit lucky.
Desperate lunge as she moved forward. Great speed moving up to it.
That's an unusual shot, wasn't it? It worked
Yeah,
okay.
Well, Zhang didn't move up to the ball. She actually could have had a much better shot on it. Ended up stretching on the short ball and hit it straight to Wang at net.
La 40.
And just out there. And you heard Zhang a little bit exasperated after that one. So 3 break points here. Both girls hitting the ball pretty well, though.
Yeah, it's great tennis so far, and pretty much what we expected. Wang, the more steady player. Zhang going after her shots a little more. We're going to see a few more errors, but also probably a bit more spectacular tennis. Great first serve from Zhang, cramming Wang on the forehand side. Body serve, Adrian. Very underrated serve in tennis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Often not used enough. Especially with everyone being able to return so well these days in the game. It's a very good idea to cram them so they don't get a free swing at it.
And just out.
30-40.
So still one more break point. Yeah, it's a good point, Dave. I think some of those more detailed aspects of tennis, like having a good slice backhand, being able to serve into the body, when they're all at a very similar level, they're all able to just smack the ball from the back of the court. Sometimes that's going to differentiate between a winner and a loser.
You're right. So it's only a couple of percent or just something extra you might need, but exactly right because everyone can hit it so good from the back these days.
Oh, and she
Great
takes
tennis.
it. Great point from both players, but the power and aggression from Zhang won out. That's what you want to see as a coach, isn't it? Moving forward and not being afraid to take it out of the air.
Absolutely aggressive play. Look at the hustle from Wang, moving very well at the back of the court.
She tried to get back. No.
Always important. Try and make your opponent play an extra ball, but Zhang too good there.
And she finishes it into the open court. She set it up with that backhand wide.
Advantage.
And that's the sign of a pretty confident player, someone that's hitting the ball well. Pretty high quality tennis out there at the moment. So another break point. This is the 4th in this game alone. Second serve here. Look for Wang to step in on this one. And it's wide. So she's given that one up. Young Zhang. And Wang takes a 4-3 lead. Again, another break of serve. So we're now deep into this first set of the women's final. And it's been very interesting so far. Wang leads 4-3. She's got the break of serve. But we're seeing some really solid tennis. Great rallies. Wang to serve now, leading 4-3.
Love 15.
Just long. It's an important game, Dave, I think this one, because we haven't seen a break of more than one game so far in this set. It's been game for game. So if Wang can take this, you think that'd almost break the back of Zhang in the first set.
I think you're right. Yet to hold serve for the last few games. So, very important service game here.
She's missed both of her first serves so far in this game. Not a great start. And Zhang finishes it off and pumps the fist. Great move to the net. We haven't seen that at all in this first set. Pretty
Great
confident
firm
volleys,
volley.
yeah.
Good to see from Zhang. I do like it when female players come into net, Adrian.
Yeah.
Don't see it that often, but it's a great aspect of the game if they can do it well.
Out. 15-13.
So a huge couple of points coming up here. Wang has the break at the moment. It's been game for game. And she's sitting at 15-30 now. As mentioned, the winner of this, straight through to the main draw of the 2013 Australian Open. So the prize could not be any bigger. Sensational
Tennis.
tennis.
Awesome hitting from both girls there.
15-14.
And Zhang just able to come up with the aggressive play, moving into net.
Yeah, they're both pretty exciting to watch, aren't they? Really giving it a whack from the back of the court and fairly consistent as well.
Very consistent. Great movers as well, both players. Wang especially.
So we've got another couple of break points. Said that a few times in this first set. And look at a second serve. You'd like to think she'd be stepping forward into this one. She's got 2 points up her sleeve. What can she do with this one? Oh, it's loose. So David, again, another break of serve. We're back at 4-all.
We've had a few, haven't we, Adrian?
Yeah.
We're up to about 6 in a row.
But it hasn't been, I guess sometimes you can see break of serve after break of serve and the quality of the tennis isn't there, but it's not the case here.
No, the quality's there, and it's just the returner has stepped up each time, and thought, no, gone down a break, I'm going to break back. It's it's pretty entertaining tennis so far.
Yeah, it's almost like that. The mindset is the other way around, where the returner's the one that is confident and thinks that they should be winning the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And neither player's serving badly either.
No. That's a good start. A little bit of emotion coming from Zhang now. I like to see that. If you were a coach right now, Dave, what would you be wanting her to focus on in this game?
I think first serve percentage. Try and make Wang play some first serve returns. And just these first couple of points, so crucial right here. No loose errors.
There you
There you go.
You'd probably say that too, I guess.
Exactly. Because obviously she hasn't held serve for a few games now.
So this is big here. 30 love. Zhang hasn't been in front for much of this first set at all. Just got a little window of opportunity here. And that window is now even larger. 40 love, Dave. She's got 3 game points. I think she heard your advice. First serve's been going well.
3 first serves so far this game.
She went for it.
Yeah, great return from Wang. An emergency shot there from Zhang off court. Couldn't do too much, had to come up with something pretty special, but unable to.
So still 2 game points here to just open up a little lead. Bouncing up and down there. Just you can see a bit of emotion coming from her. She takes this one out. Get ready for some fireworks. Just wide. Solid by Wang there though.
That's right, that's typical tennis from her. Solid hard hitting, keep the ball moving around. Big point here, Zhang needs to gather herself, try and get another first serve.
Are you able to translate that, Dave, for me?
No,
What is he? No?
my Chinese isn't great, sorry mate.
That's okay.
You?
No, not sure. And she takes it. And another fist pump. And she opens that lead up 5 games to 4. She's 1 game away from taking a set lead in the women's final here in Nanjing and getting ever closer to that main draw position in the Australian Open. So here we are, Wang to serve and stay in this first set. Great start.
50 love.
And not a great follow-up there. Probably the worst time to throw in a double fault. She just doesn't look overly happy out there at the moment.
Looking slightly concerned. I think you're right, Adrian. That's where Zhang can pounce on her serve.
Loose.
It is. It's very loose. It's in the body language. Not looking as confident as she was early in this match. And it's tough mentally as well. She has the expectation that she should be winning. She's got to overcome that. Zhang's playing very well at the moment. Wang needs to gather herself mentally. Hang in this match.
Oh,
wow.
Cracking shot.
Amazing shot.
It was a bit of all or nothing, I guess.
It was. Make that and you're 2 set points down. If she misses that, sorry.
So crucial couple of points here. Very hard to pick. And that's depth, isn't it, there?
Yep, depth and power. Adrian, she's just really stepping in and hitting very confidently at the moment.
So a set point. First one of this match. And she takes it with that trademark stepping in, aggressive play off the backhand side. And somewhat of the underdog coming into this match. Zhang, she's 18. She's 515 in the world, but she's taken it up to Wang. Full of confidence. She leads now 6 games to 4. So, Dave, good solid tennis there. I think over the latter few games, it was Zhang that just stepped it up a bit.
She did, and when she held serve, it really gave her a bit of confidence because the first time she held serve in about 3 or 4 games, and Wang dropped her head, and she didn't need to. It's still on serve at that stage, but Wang kind of dropped off a little bit. Zhang stepped it up, and we saw the hitting the last few points there, just stepping in, going corner to corner, and playing some pretty fearless tennis at the moment.
She's a bit of an imposing figure as well, I think, down the other end. We mentioned that she's quite tall, long arms, but her energy as well, I think, is really positive.
Absolutely. A lot of come-ons and a bit of yelling, and Wang pretty conservative with her, I guess, body language and that type of thing. Doesn't give away much. So, yeah, I think it's definitely a factor, and it can put off your opponent, especially when the pressure is on Wang in this match. Probably be expected to win this.
And we see the trophies there as well. And I think that's actually Mark Reedy who's on the camera there, the Tennis Australia staff member. Can take a very solid photo, that man. I'm sure he's listening too. But some really great tennis. It's exciting. It's really good to watch. The past few days, I guess the matches have been up and down in terms of that quality. And I think in both the women's and the men's side today, we'll see the cream of the crop come out. And we've seen it in that first set. It was solid. I mean, Wang didn't play badly, I don't think. It was just the fact that Zhang was really powerful and taking it up to her. Wang just didn't get that time that perhaps she's had out on the court in previous matches. What are your thoughts early stages of this second set? I mean, with Wang in particular, what does she need to do in the first few games?
Well, I think you're right when you're saying that she didn't have time to perhaps play her normal game. We saw towards the end of that second set, Zhang really stepping up, hitting the ball nice and deep, and a bit more power than Wang as well. So taking time away from her, not allow her to dictate play like she likes to, like we've seen earlier in this tournament. So I think that's probably the key. Try and focus on her serve a bit more. We saw Zhang really step up her first serve percentage as that set went on. If she can get a few more first serves in Wang and make sure that she can dictate right from the start of the point, I think that's going to be pretty crucial to her. I think mentally, as you mentioned also, Adrian, she's got to hang in there. She's got to be positive. I mean, you've got to take every player on their merits, and despite her ranking of 515 in the world, Zhang, she's obviously playing well above that, and only 18, so probably played a pretty limited schedule, I'd imagine. So I'm sure she could potentially be, top 200. So I think mentally she's got to stay strong and just realise that she's got a pretty tough opponent out there.
So at the moment, Zhang perhaps just taking a little bit of a break, and she'll reappear shortly. Yeah, I think it's really important for Wang to just compose herself now, realise that she didn't play poorly, and perhaps the fact that Zhang is young, she's 18, relatively inexperienced, she'll be feeling great at the moment, but if you can come out, consolidate the first few games, an inexperienced player can drop their head a little bit quicker than perhaps someone that's played out on the tour for a few more years.
I think you're right. She's looking pretty relaxed at the change of ends there as well, and that's a very positive sign. I think you're right. There's that inexperience. There's going to be a moment in this match, in this second set, where Zhang's going to think, wow, I'm pretty close to winning this and being in the Australian Open. So that's where Wang could definitely jump on that and take advantage.
So it's been a great start to this final. As you see there, Zhang, the 18-year-old, she's had a giant killing run so far in this tournament. She took out the #1 seed in the quarterfinals. We'll talk through their schedules in a moment throughout this tournament, but Zhang has played one more match coming into this final.
Second set.
And she has the advantage of stepping up to serve first. So after taking the first 6-4, she'll kick it off in set number 2. And a great start there from Wang. And as Dave and I just mentioned, she'll need to compose herself. She didn't play poorly in that first set. Perhaps doesn't even need to do anything too differently. Maybe a little bit more energy. You want to see a bit more bouncing around and not dropping those shoulders as much as she was. Just long.
Positive start from Wang. Stepping on both shots and both returns.
You can't really read her at all, can you? Just looking at her face.
Should be a good poker player.
Yeah.
Good hitting from Zhang, but just a loose shot from Wang. She got that ball back cross court, just hanging the rally. There was no need to pull the trigger on that one. She wasn't in position.
Yeah, that's great tennis. She stepped forward, she was positive on the return, and immediately when she saw the ball was perhaps going to drop short, she moved up to it. It's what you want. Sometimes players move back, they're not comfortable moving into the court, but both of these players seem to have that facet well under control. So it was the same shot as before, wasn't it? Just she probably needs to go back cross court on that one.
Absolutely. Get it deep back cross court, stay in the rally. Even if she does make that shot up the line, the court's still open.
Yeah.
It's not a winner.
So second serve, she's got a break point, which isn't unusual in this game. We saw a lot of breaks of serve in that first set, but it would be an ideal start to this second. So that's 3 unforced errors in this game.
3 unforced errors, and on a break point as well. The pressure's on Zhang. Make her play. Keep the ball deep. Still not showing too many emotions there, though.
Advantage. Jump.
So a big moment here for Zhang. She can consolidate this game after winning the first, and she's going to gain momentum. Just overruled there by the umpire. It's not a bad sign though, really, missing that shot, I don't think. It's
positive.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Only just missed, but continuing that hitting that she was displaying in the second half of that, say, first set.
Again, it's something we haven't seen from Zhang so far, just those loose shots. When we do see her make an error, it's more a positive error than anything.
Zhang not quite getting in position there.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like she's not always in the great position, but at times she's still able to hit a pretty good shot.
Yeah, you're right. Still pulls off the shot.
I mean, that's
probably that reach as well.
Yeah.
Second serve juice. It's been a long game, and Wang has just sprayed the return. Cannot afford to do that.
No. I'm not even sure what she was trying to do there. Just go winner?
Well, it looks like she's trying to off backhand winner, which is a pretty tough shot off the return. A few low percentage shots this game.
So I think you can tell that both girls realise how important this first game is. It's been a bit slower, Both taking time between points. Bit of looking around, not sure what's going on there. A little bit of noise coming from just outside the arena, potentially. Just overplaying that one. Probably, again, not a bad shot to go for, given she did have the game point, but just overplaying it. Seems to be just a couple of curious things going on. Both girls looking around a little bit. Not sure if it's some noise or something slightly distracting. Again, you just see that frustration. She was cramped there. She probably just needed to go back down the middle, give it a bit of height. She's making, I think that's a consistent sort of error, that off backhand.
It is. She's getting that backhand a bit late, and you're right. Just gone deep up the middle, being fine off that ball. Needs to hang the rallies just a bit longer, Wang. Giving up too many unforced errors at the start of this second set.
Oh, superb rally. That's too good. Too good.
Much better tennis from Wang, moving the ball around. Not going for too much, really setting up the point. Here on the replay, moving Zhang. And just time that backhand nicely. Didn't go for too much.
Yeah, I think she just needs to be conscious of the fact that she's perhaps not the superior player, but she's not playing at a lower level at the moment. She needs to take her time a bit more.
Absolutely.
Advantage, jump.
So this game is not only a long one, but also incredibly important, and you really can tell it's quite tense out on court at the moment. Could change the momentum of this one. And she's pinched it, finally. After a number of game points and break point opportunities, Zhang, she takes the first game of the second set after winning the first, and the momentum right now is fully on her racket.
Absolutely right, Adrian. You mentioned momentum. If she didn't hold that game, then Wang's brings her confidence back up. She's right back in it, but Zhang now on her way. Can really settle into this second set. And a bit of a looser game from both players there. Almost like the nerves crept back up. They knew how important it was. Bit interesting now to see how Wang responds.
Well, she's just going to have to dig in, I think, really. I mean, she's playing well, but she's got to hold strong mentally, construct the points, take her time, which she hasn't been doing, and just absolutely dig in right now.
I think you're right. Not rush the points, and be prepared to be out there for a long time.
That's not a good sign.
No. And that's what we're talking about. Be a bit more patient.
And again, just that aggressive play, really proactive,
Love 30.
Zhang. And we mentioned the fact that she's a little bit younger. She's only 18. Perhaps the nerves can creep in, but right now, absolutely no sign of that happening. And that's too good there.
30.
Serve out wide, just opening up the court. Great shot. Just wrong footing, Zhang. 30 all. It's almost as though every game right now is very important, but again, this one is 30 all. 2 points away from Zhang taking a 2 games to love lead. But 2 points away from back to level pegging. Now 1 point away.
Game.
Wow. What a turnaround there.
One.
It was almost like she was just a bit frustrated and she just wanted to unleash and say, I'm still here.
She did, yeah. Let go of a few shots there. And it could pay off. Maybe she needs to be a bit more aggressive. Aggressive in her hitting, but consistently aggressive. Just been a little bit erratic the last few games, Wang.
It was close. She just having a little look down the other end and at the umpire.
Look pretty close. Wang continues to go for that off backhand return on that juice side. It's a pretty tough shot to hit, but she missed a lot of them today already.
And it's dropped in. So a bit cheeky there from Zhang, probably not the right shot to play. I don't mind it though.
I don't mind it. She might have broken a string here.
Oh,
I
did
think.
she? Ah,
So
okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's what she's going for, but still probably didn't have to do it.
Yeah, I guess for our viewers, Dave, if you break a string, it means you just can't hit with the usual sort of pace, so you've got to change it up, don't you?
You got to do something. Generally, what a lot of players do is they rush into net because it's very hard to keep the ball in from the back of the court and try and rush the net and knock off a volley.
No, she knew she was out of court, so it was a bit of an all or nothing shot. Probably didn't have to go for it again, but a bit of youthful exuberance. I don't mind some of that. She doesn't overdo that, which is a good thing. That is a sign of a good player.
Great aggressive play, taking the ball out of the air. Seeing the replay here. Not letting it bounce, so not giving Wang any time to set up.
That wasn't an easy shot, was
That
it?
was a very tough shot. Moving back, a backhand drive. Hit great angle on it.
40
And
30.
good follow-up. Really, really good signs here from Zhang. She's only young, but just such high quality, high percentage tennis as well. Just smart. And she's got one game point now to take a 2-1 lead in this second set.
Game.
Just wide, so she continues to move forward. Zhang took the first set in this women's final of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff, and now she takes a lead of 2-1.
Time. Fifteen.
Cracking shot.
Amazing angle from Wang, considering she was in the middle of the court. Able to come around the ball, get a lot of top spin. Awesome backhand. And they're the balls that Zhang loves. They're just sitting up around shoulder height. She steps in, either side, forehand or backhand. So I'd be trying to keep the ball a bit lower to her if I were Wang.
40-30.
Very quick points from Wang, rushing through a service game. Just gonna make sure she keeps thinking out there.
Game.
That's a strong service game. Nice and quick, as you mentioned. I guess there's two ways to think about it. Sometimes there's a right time to move through quickly, and there's a wrong time. She's got to be conscious that she can't always be playing so quickly throughout the point.
That's right.
But yeah, not great signs, I don't think, from Wang. I think early stages in the match, first couple of games, she looked quite positive, but since then, I mean, in her earlier rounds, quarterfinals and semis, there was a bit more energy out on court with her body language. But today,
Just feeling the pressure a little more.
15 love.
You see, just after some of her returns, some of her points, she stands there, flat-footed. She's not vocal or anything, but you can tell her body language. She's just not feeling completely comfortable out there. At the same time, she's not going away.
Yeah, she's not going away, Adrian. She's got to let Zhang know that as well.
Yeah.
And with her body language and perhaps be a bit more intimidating.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Dave. I think at the moment it's a bit like a game of chess, it feels like. Neither girl really taking advantage of, or particularly Wang, with her body language. She's not intimidating at all, and it's like she's not even considering to be intimidating. I think she needs to think about it. It's just like you can look the other player in the eye at times, I reckon. And
You can. She's the one the more experienced and obviously a bit more older as well. Can go a long way sometimes when you just give a little stare down the other end.
No, absolutely. I know you love a bit of that.
30 off.
There's nothing intimidating about that last shot.
It's a very poor return there.
I guess she might start to think about the fact that what can she actually do? I mean, Zhang is just playing really well. She's got the power, she's got the movement, she's consistent. Sometimes you just start to second guess yourself and say, well, can I actually win this match?
Bots.
It's never what you want to think, but I'm sure players go through that at times. And now those errors are perhaps going to become costly. Whereas in the early stages of the set, maybe you can get away with them. Now we're moving into the middle stages. One set to love down, and we're at game point here. Zhang would love a booming first serve on this one. It was a bit tight, that one.
It was a bit tight. Didn't quite get in position. Crucial stage of the match again. Adrian, as you said, approaching the middle of the set, second set. If Zhang can just stay in control here, feel like she could pull away.
Advantage. Jump.
Again, we've said it a few times, but she just doesn't choose that high percentage shot at the right time. Right then, it wasn't the right time to pull that one out. She seems very mature out on court, I think, Zhang, doesn't she? Takes her time.
Very focused. I haven't seen any negative energy from her.
Game.
And she pulls it off. So Zhang, she is defying some of her critics potentially, saying that she's a little bit young, inexperienced right now. You don't see any signs of it, and she takes a 3-2 lead in this second set.
Time. Love.
And we've seen a little bit of that throughout the whole match. Zhang, probably her strength, being able to step into the ball, be quite proactive. And she certainly has controlled the majority of points throughout this match. It hasn't been overwhelming, but she has been out in front in that respect. And as we've both mentioned, Dave and myself, that's been the negative side of Wang's games, some of those loose shots.
Absolutely. Deep in the court again. Just get that backhand deep cross court. Try to flatten it out and be super aggressive. She's well behind the baseline. It's a tough shot from there.
So right now, you'd have to say critical stages of this match for Wang. She's lost the first set. She's down 2-3, and it's 30 all. So Zhang, full of energy, full of momentum. If she can pinch this one, she's going to start thinking Melbourne in January.
Wow, very loose serve there. Going for this big second serve out wide. Not too sure about that one. Big opportunity here right now for Zhang.
And Wang just controlling that point well, so she's not going away. She's not going to give in at this stage.
Stayed very composed then, Wang. Some very good scrambling from Zhang at the back of the court. And often you can see an error from those, but stay composed. Saves a break point.
Yeah, that's too good. It's probably
Advantage.
like the 5th or 6th time that we've seen Zhang with that emotion as well. And I can't recall Wang behaving like that once throughout this whole match. And again, she's just rushing the points. Break point. And she takes it with another fist pump. Forehand. Off forehand if you don't mind. And she's taking the break. She leads 4-2. 2 games away from a berth in her first ever Grand Slam.
Well, she's looking just the more positive player at the moment, Adrian. Looking aggressive. Wang just not too sure what she needs to be doing out there. And once again, no emotion. Just, well, no, certainly hasn't been positive at all for most of this match. Interesting to see how she responds here and whether Zhang can control her nerves.
Still remaining technically strong, which we've mentioned throughout or prior to this match. That's something she doesn't lack. Her technique, even when under pressure, it holds firm.
She's got a great technique off the ground, Wang. Probably superior to Zhang, but just a shot selection at times.
Yeah.
Just hasn't quite been there today.
Let's go team.
Really is a must-win game, this one, for Wang. She started well. If she drops this and goes down 2-5, I think it's near on impossible to fight back from there. Just having a look at Zhang's serve there. We mentioned it earlier, but it is quite unusual. It seems like she extends her shoulders back and the ball's always behind her head a little bit.
She does hit it a little bit behind herself. Very high ball toss as well. If she can get that ball toss a bit further out in front, there's not much forward momentum when she does hit it. But we mentioned she's a very tall girl. Very an up and down serve. So going straight up. You want to be going up and forward at it. But she has got that height and she has been able to serve pretty well this match. No doubt that'll be something she'll work on in the future.
Oh, incredible retrieving there from Zhang, but Wang was intelligent. She kept it deep into the corners.
Patient tennis from Wang. That's what we need to see a lot more of. How's the scrambling from Zhang? She's just everywhere at the moment. Desperately wants this game.
Yeah, I guess just going back onto her serve, similar to what we saw with Novak Djokovic earlier in his career. He was playing well on most of his strokes, but his serve was much weaker, and then he was able to develop that, and it's now a weapon. So you'd think at 18 years of age, you know, Zhang's got a lot of opportunity to develop her serve as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And get a bit stronger.
Yeah.
Deuce.
We see the players, the female players in the top 10, 20. They're so strong these days and so athletic. I mean, obviously the Williams sisters and Stoza. Li Na's a great example from China. So strong. Very well built. I think Zhang definitely needs to work on that as she gets a bit older.
Advantage.
That wasn't the off backhand that we've spoken about, which has been pretty error prone, but again, it was the backhand.
I'd like her to run around on that second serve and hit a few big forehands, Wang. She's quite stagnant, sits there and waits for it.
What an opportunity that was. It was game point to take a 5-2 lead. Again, though, wouldn't be overly concerned if I was Zhang's coach. I actually wouldn't mind that miss. It's a positive miss, although it sounds contradictory. It was the right shot to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got to block out of her mind and keep playing like that, especially at this stage in the match.
And she makes it.
Unreal tennis.
You knew that shot was coming.
Advantage.
And that composure that we've mentioned, it's staying strong.
It's well beyond her years and her ranking. The way she's playing right now.
Yeah, you'd have to think if she could get into the main draw of the Aussie Open, she'd be a threat in those early rounds.
Very dangerous.
Game.
And Wang disappointingly dumps that halfway up the net.
Dummies.
And Zhang, the 18-year-old, 5'15" in the world, she takes a 5-2 lead, and she's one game away from a berth in the main draw of the 2013 Australian Open.
Time. Love 15.
Overall.
Great retrieving again, though, from Zhang, isn't it? It's almost like, what do you do right now? How do you win a point off this girl?
That's right. She's giving absolutely nothing away.
Love
And
15.
again, the same result.
Scrambling from Zhang has been exceptional. And Wang just pressing a bit too much. Must make her play at the moment because Zhang's going to be very nervous.
Yeah, you can see that coming. First 3 points already. It is all or nothing tennis from Wang right now.
50.
It is. She's dictating the points, which is a good sign. But we saw Zhang just hit a few forehand slices there, perhaps getting a little tight, pushing a few back.
And now she moves to within 1 point of a berth in her very first Grand Slam event, the Australian Open in January. And there it is, Zhang. She continues her giant killing run. In the quarterfinals, she took out the #1 seed, and now in the final, she's taken out the 2nd seed. And the 18-year-old, ranked 515 in the world, has taken the final out. The very first women's singles final of this Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. And it could not have been any more impressive, David Bidmead.
What an amazing display of tennis. She came through qualifying. It's an incredible story, and she was so positive out there today, and it really showed. Her body language was so positive the whole time. Such an aggressive player, played with a lot of flair, and what I was really impressed with, especially in that second set, just her scrambling. She made so many balls and just the balls kept coming back, drawing a lot of errors from Wang, and I think she's a much deserved winner. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, it really was. You could hardly find a weakness in her game. As we see a replay here, she just moved so well throughout the match, and that one is just shanked, and you see the fist pump there from Zhang. Gotta love that emotion, bit of raw emotion out on the court. We mentioned that Wang didn't show any of that, and I really think that's something she needs to open up within herself, because she looked quite negative out on court. As we see the ball kids come out on court for the presentation of the women's singles final. What a prize it will be. It's going to be her first berth into a Grand Slam event, the Australian Open in January. And Dave, as we mentioned earlier, you would not want to come up against her in round 1.
No, you wouldn't. And I don't think too many players on the main tour would know much about her, being ranked 515. So she's going to be a bit of an unknown and definitely a bit of a dangerous player to run into. And it's going to definitely be someone to watch out for come January.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like the nerves really get to her at all. I mean, playing out on this court, it's not exactly like playing at the Australian Open, but it's not too dissimilar. You know, everything looks as though you're there, and you know if you win it, you are in the Australian Open. And I saw not one sign of her faulting due to nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was even Wang, the more experienced opponent, ranked 170 in the world, that she was the one that looked a bit more nervous and couldn't quite handle the situation and the pressure of it all. And this environment is going to be similar to an outside match at the Australian Open. You're going to get a bit bigger crowd, but look, she did so well, and what an impressive display. Only 18 years of age. Expect a lot more from her in the future.
So just getting ready for the official presentation here.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hold the women's final presentation of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. Let's welcome President of Tennis Australia, Steve Healy.
On behalf of Tennis Australia, thank you and welcome. It is a pleasure to be here in the ancient capital of Nanjing.
今天能够来到古都南京，我感到十分高兴。首先，我仅代表澳洲网球协会向各位表示诚挚的感谢和热烈的欢迎。
I would like to thank the China Tennis Association and Chairman Madam Sun, the Beijing International Group, the Nanjing Sports Institute, the Chinese Tennis Academy, and of course our sponsors who, without them, this event would not be possible. Thank you to ANZ, Rolex, FlexiCushion, and China Lottery for their support.
我还要感谢中国网球协会以及协会孙主席、北京国际集团、南京体育学院、中国网球学院，特别感谢我们的赞助商澳洲新西兰银行、劳力士、FlexiCushion 公司和中国体育彩票。这是他们的大力支持，确保了比赛的圆满成功。
Last year at the Australian Open, we welcomed on site a record number of attendees from the region as part of our record crowd of 686,000 people. The 2012 Australian Open had a global viewing of 349 million people. Over half of these people came from the Asia Pacific. As the Grand Slam of the Asia Pacific, we are eager to partner with our counterparts in the region to grow the great game of tennis.
在去年的澳网公开赛中，来自亚太地区现场观众人数达到了68万6千人，收看2012年澳大利亚网球公开赛的全球观众达到了3.49亿人，其中超过一半的人都是来自亚太地区。作为亚太大满贯，澳大利亚网球公开赛期望与合作伙伴共同在亚太地区培育盛大的网球赛事。
I would like to thank all of the staff, our tournament director, Ali McDonald, our Australian Open referee, Wayne McEwen, the chair umpires, lines people, ball boys, and the people of Nanjing for putting on such a great event. Finally, I would like to thank all of the players for their participation, and I look forward to welcoming Yunu Xuan as the winner at the Australian Open 2013. Thank you.
我要感谢所有工作人员，我们的裁判长韦恩·麦克万先生、志愿者、主裁判、编裁和球童，以及南京方面为这场盛大赛事投入的所有人力。最后，我要感谢所有参赛选手，感谢他们的参与。我期待与获得外卡的选手在2013年澳大利亚网球公开赛的再次相见。谢谢大家。Thank you, Mr. Healy, for your speech. Now I'm honored to announce the women's singles runner-up of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, Wang Qiang. Now，我现在很荣幸地宣布，本届2013年澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太赛区外卡赛的女子单打亚军是王强。Now let's welcome Coach Jiang of the Chinese Tennis Academy to present the awards. 下面有请中国网球学院的江教练为女子单打亚军颁奖。Let's offer our great congratulations to all the winners with our hot applause. 下面，让我们用热烈的掌声向冠军们表示祝贺。Now I am honored to announce the women's singles winner of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. 下面我很荣幸地宣布，本届2013年澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛的女子单打冠军是张雨萱。Now let's welcome Miss Healy to present the awards. 下面有请我们的希利先生为冠军颁奖。Now let's offer our great congratulations to all the winners with our hot applause again. Thank you. Now let's go on with the men's final. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. 下面还有男子单打的决赛，所以希望各位观众继续观看，谢谢大家。
So there you have it, the winner of this year's women's final, Zhang Yuzhuan, going into the main draw of the Australian Open, her first ever Grand Slam. And Dave, as we mentioned, it was probably the best and the most accurate result after that match today.
It was, yeah, 6-4, 6-2, very impressive, aggressive display. And there's one consolation for Wang is that her ranking's high enough that she can still play the qualifying event at the Australian Open. So still, it's not all over for her for January, but what a great display from Zhang, the youngster.
So great start to finals day here. That is the women's finals done and dusted, but now we move forward with excitement to the men's final. So stay with us, not too far away. It's Wu Di from China up against Denai Udumchok. We'll be back very soon.
foot over this cable.
Give me a dance. One more, two more, three more. 患难见真情。那个 boss，然后点。
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be men's final. Now I will introduce the players. Wu Di, China, ranked 179. Dina Udongchak, Thailand, ranked 151. 女士们、先生们，下面我们要进行的是男子单打的比赛。下面我介绍一下选手。选手吴迪来自中国，他的世界排名是179。选手 Dina Udongchak 来自泰国，他的世界排名是151。下面请我们选手发挥出精彩的表现，谢谢大家。
So welcome back for the men's final. Now we've just seen the women's take place, and we've got Wu Di and Denai Udumchok out on court now, ready for the coin toss.
Yeah. Take a picture. Three. Yeah, yo.
And Wu Di just organising things out there on the court.
Taking charge already.
So there is Denai Udumchok from Thailand, currently 151 in the world, up against Wu Di from China, who's sitting at 154 in the world. So both ranked very similar. I'm not actually sure who won the toss there. Did you notice who got that?
I think Udumchok won it, but he chose to receive, actually.
Okay. So this is promises to be a really enjoyable match to watch. Both players playing very well throughout the last few days. Huge age gap between the two. Wu Di is 21 years of age, and Denai Udumchok from Thailand is 31. So there's a 10-year age gap between the two. And there's obviously, with that age gap comes a huge gap in experience as well. Denai Udumchok has played at every Grand Slam. Hasn't really progressed too far in any of them, but to make all four is a really good effort throughout his career. And so I'm looking forward to this one. Dave, what are your thoughts at the moment?
Yeah, look, it's going to be a fantastic match. Pretty tough to split them, I think. And we've got the experience of Udumchok. He's been around. He's going to be pretty tough. He's not going to go away against Wu, who's been so impressive so far in this tournament. And to me, so far, he's been the most impressive player that I've seen. He was just electrifying in that semi-final against Yuichi Sugita of Japan, the top seed, and he just blitzed him 6-1, 6-1. And if he can keep that kind of tennis up, I think he's going to be pretty tough to beat. But to maintain that level is going to be hard, and Udumchok is a different opponent. Can do everything Udumchok, comes into net a bit, all-court game. It's definitely promises to be a fantastic final.
Yeah, well, I think both similar players, really solid from the back of the court. Like to be a little bit creative, but still similar to that modern day prototype, if you like. Grinders from the back of the court, pretty solid off both sides. You will see Udumchok use that slice backhand though, and he has the one-handed topspin. But Dave, yeah, as you mentioned in the semi-finals, both very comprehensive victories. Wu Di 6-1, 6-1, and Udumchok 2-2.
Yeah, well, Udumchok beat his doubles partner Jimmy Wang, and they won the wild card for the men's doubles yesterday. But he was very impressive, and as I mentioned, Wu Di, he just was knocking winners everywhere against the top seed Sugita. Really impressive, and he's come a long way. He was 400s early this year, and he played Davis Cup for China against Australia early in the year, and yeah, he's jumped about 300 spots, and definitely a player on the rise, only 21 years of age, against the experience, 31 years of age. He's been around a while, as you mentioned, and career high of 77.
Yep.
Udumchok. And
that's solid as well. You don't get to 77 without being a pretty good player.
Yeah, pretty good player. If you can get to 77 in the world, that's right. So, look, it's promises to be a great matchup. And both are really deserved winners if they can get through, whoever it is.
Yeah, with their ranking being at a pretty good level at the moment, both will have the opportunity, if they don't win today, to go down and play in the qualifying in the Australian Open as well. It promises to be an exciting match. I think you will see the majority of the tennis played at the baseline, as we see, but at the same time, it'll be a little bit different to the women's match, where both players stayed at the back for 99% of the game. This time, both of these guys can actually volley.
They can volley,
Yep.
and yeah, they're both good doubles players. So yeah, it's good. It's going to be good to see.
So Denai Udumchok, he's the 3rd seed. And I suppose on paper you might say he's the slight favourite, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Wu Di really takes it up to him in this match. As Dave just mentioned, he has been in sensational form. And so Udumchok in round 1, he took that out in 2 sets against Gong from China, 6-4, 7-6. And then he played Vishnu Vardhan from India, took that one out as well. That was actually a walkover, that match. And so then he played Jimmy Wang, the number 2 seed, and won that 6-2, 6-3. So pretty comfortable all the way through, really.
Yeah, he hasn't been pushed too far yet in any of his matches.
And Wu Di, he in round 1, he played Balaji from India, and he took that out 6-2, 6-1. So again, very comfortable. Then played Zhang from China, the 4th seed, and he won that in 2 sets as well, 7-6, 6-2. And then in the semi-finals, he upset the number 1 seed, Yuichi Sugita. And it was a dominant display, as Dave mentioned, 6-1, 6-1. So both players very fit. This is going to be best of 3 set match, so there'll be no issue, you would hope, with the physical side of the game. They'll both play through 3 sets if that's what's required, very comfortably. Although Udumchok is 31, he's an incredibly fit guy. I did see him down at the Burnie International actually earlier this year in Tasmania, and he won the final there. He beat Sam Groth, and it was just a dominant display there as well. Hardly made an error, moved so well from side to side.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. To the left of the chair from Thailand, Denai Udumchok. And to the right of the chair from China, Wu Di.
So both players just getting a bit of a reception there. Wu Di, certainly the
Won the toss and chose
hometown favourite.
tie.
Udumchok from Thailand and Wu Di from China. Let's hope, Dave, we can see a similar quality of tennis to what we just saw in the women's final.
Yeah, certainly promises to be that, Adrian. Fantastic final in the women's just before. Great result for young Zhang.
Yeah, you'd have to think that she's got a long career ahead of her over the next 10 years.
You mentioned the difference in age here, 10 years, the age gap.
Yeah.
Udumchok, I guess, winding down in a way.
Wu Di to serve.
Wu just
Ready.
on the up.
Play.
Now let's get started. Men's final. Wu Di to serve. A little bit of support there for Wu Di, the fans. I don't really recall them responding so well in the females match. Maybe they've been waiting for this one.
I think so. Local favourite.
Yeah. So, Dave, I did promise to ask you before we got on air, while we're in the early stages of this men's final, you, over the past few months, you've been a hitting partner with Bernard Tomic.
That's right, Adrian. Yeah, been travelling the world with the ATP Tour with Team Tomic.
Yep.
And, yeah, mate, I've been to a lot of different places and a lot of the major tournaments. Been an incredible experience. Oh,
drops in.
Great slice backhand from Udenchoke.
So what were some of the highlights, I suppose? I mean, what was noticeable while you were travelling the world?
I think the way you get treated at the tournaments, these top players, everything's pretty much sorted for you. Got transport, great accommodation. Really, player services can't do enough for your team, and if you're a player, it's pretty good. And also, I mean, obviously I went to 2 Grand Slams, Wimbledon and the US Open, and just the buzz of going to a Grand Slam. I mean, we've been involved in the Australian Open here, Adrian, but I guess also see the difference in them all. And Wimbledon, the tradition of it all, and it feels like a very special place. The grass everywhere and so green, and just the environment's very special. And then you got the US, which is a bit louder and in your face, but I think the atmosphere there was pretty electrifying at the US Open as well. So just a contrast, and they say every slam's different, and yeah, absolutely is.
Yeah. So already 2 break points in this first game. And that's a loose stroke there. So already, as we saw in the female match before, break in the opening game. And Udenchoke, the 31-year-old from Thailand, takes a 1-game-to-love lead. And I suppose sometimes, Dave, breaks of serve early in the match aren't as significant because it takes a little bit of time, but at the same time, it is more significant in the men's side of tennis than it can be in the women's.
Yeah, that's right, because they got that serve to back it up and can often get a lot more free points on their serve. So that's a pretty important start from Udenchoke. He settled in pretty well. Wu didn't get the start that he got in the semi, that's for sure, but it'll be interesting to see if he can break back. Great hitting from Wu. Moving Udenchoke around, that falling up the line. He loves that one.
Very impressive hitting. Just thought that Udenchoke might have taken that point, but the depth of that last stroke from Wu Di was just too deep to control. And there's first ace of this match. Udenchoke served 7 aces in his semi-final victory. And he was quoted as saying after the match that he was really, really happy with how he served. Not only those 7 aces, but just the high percentage of first serves. He's not known for that serve to be his strength. But if he can find any advantage in this game, could prove to be a big advantage. Yes,
30
he
all.
brings it back to 30 all.
And silence after he wins a point as well, Adrian.
Yeah.
Definitely up against the crowd as well.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think they even gave him one clap when he was introduced. It's a bit rough.
It is a bit rough.
That's an experienced play, isn't it? Just, I guess we've been harping on it a bit, but in the women's match there were more of those unforced errors. That one there, just a really intelligent stroke. The forehand deep, positions himself in the net, pressure immediately on his opponent.
Absolutely. And going back behind the player as well.
Mm.
Deuce.
See Danae Udenchuk wearing the sunglasses when he's playing.
Yep.
You a fan of that, Adrian?
Not really.
No, me either.
No.
Sam Stowes is another one, of course, that does it.
Yeah, I just try to think back to where that would have started. Why you would have started with the Sunnies.
Correction.
Ooh.
Advantage Wood.
So it was called out, but then overruled, and denied not happy.
That's not this one. It took out the line.
It was right under the umpire's nose, so we'll see if we can get a grab of it here. Oh, just missed it.
We thought it was in straight away.
Yeah. And that reaction as well, you don't see that too often.
No, and with the umpire being right on that line, no doubt a good call.
And he takes it. So he breaks straight back, exactly the same start as we saw in the women's final. And we're now at one game apiece. I mean, we did speak about the serve, Dave. I guess in the men's game, it is a bit more of an advantage to get a break because you can hold on with the stronger serve. But neither of these guys really has a booming serve.
They don't, and I think that's going to be the difference. Both players return pretty well. We wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a few breaks in this match. Whoever can serve better may be the victor in this one. Soccer skills on display from Danae. My concern with the Sunnies, Adrian, is just the sweat and them fogging up a little bit.
No, that's a reasonable concern, Dave.
Dirty love.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, each to their own, I suppose.
Each to their own.
But I do like that you're concerned for the welfare of the players.
Wait, please.
Oh.
First serve. His plastic bag came down from the back.
There's the explanation from the umpire.
Plastic bag.
Love.
So 3 game points to hold the first serve of this men's final. 2 previous games have been breaks of serve. And that one's a bit loose. So Wu Di from China consolidates the break. And he now leads 2-1. But we are on serve early stages in this one.
15 love. Sheshe, Anji. Love.
Great shot from Choke going back behind Wu there. Such a smart play, getting your opponent off balance.
Love. Sheshe. Sheshe.
I'll just bring two. You can just bring the shoes up. Thanks, man.
Great shot from Wu. There's that free hitting that we've seen so far in this tournament. Very relaxed as a racket head comes through. Generates pretty easy power for a small guy.
So we're back now, 2 games apiece. We've had 2 breaks of serve and 2 holes of serve. And Dave, we could probably expect this one to be a fairly long one, some long rallies.
This could be a long match, that's for sure, Adrian. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes 3 sets. And what we've seen so far is what you're going to get, I think. Very steady choke. Wu probably hit a few more winners, but they play fairly similar, these guys. Choke hitting a nice short slice, drawing the error from Wu. I think that's one thing that Choke could use to his advantage here, is he does use the slice very well. Look at this shot, very tough to hit, has to hit up, stays very low.
So very noticeable, the hometown hero, Wu Di.
He's fired up early too, Wu Di.
Yeah, it's a good point on the slice, particularly Choke slicing to Wu Di's forehand as well, I think, with that top spin, really tough to get down underneath that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, definitely expect him to be fairly creative, I think, throughout this match, Choke. A lot of slice, maybe some volleys as well. And well done, Wu Di. I guess it's interesting to see Wu Di. I mean, Choke, we've mentioned that he's 31, so his top ranking of 77, you can't really imagine. I mean, he's heading towards the end of his career, fair to say. Still can hang around for a while, but you wouldn't expect him to jump back up into the top 100. But Wu Di, it'd be interesting to get your comments over the next couple of sets to see how far you think he can go, because he is 21, so he's got many years ahead of him. Perhaps what he needs to work on to really break in to the top 100 places first of all, and then can he go much further than that?
Well, from what I've seen so far, I think he could definitely break the top 100. There's a Japanese player called Go Soeda who is around about 60s, and he's been there for a couple of years now, and they play very similar. And kind of think if he can get there, play like that, then Wu's definitely has a good shot. Great serve there from Wu Di. And Adrian, you were talking about the serve earlier, and both these guys don't have massive serves, and that's probably something that Wu Di is going to have to work on and try and develop, maybe get another extra 10, 15 Ks on his serve if he wants to really be a mainstay in that top 100 and crack it, first of all.
Yeah, he's not a tall guy, so he's really going to have to get the most out of him. You know, technically he's going to have to be very strong, particularly on that serve, to get as much power as he can. But, you know, you don't always see the tallest guys out there. David Ferrer is a good example. He's been in the top 10 for many, many years, and he's a short guy. But it's just a matter of really making the most of what you've got when you do have that shorter stature.
A few errors coming from the Wu forehand. Break point here from Udenchok. That's right, you don't have to be super tall these days to be able to serve big. Another example, Alexander Dolgopolov can serve massive, and he's just on 6 foot, barely.
Yeah, he generates a huge amount of power, doesn't he? I don't know, how does he do that?
Yeah, fast twitch fibres and
yeah,
just jumps up it like a jack in the box.
And there's another break of serve. So Denai Udomchok, as we've mentioned, is very consistent. He's going to make life very tough for Wu Di today, and he leads 3 games to 2.
Net, second set. Love 15. On.
good fight back in this game from Udenchoke. You saw the speed of Wu Di on display just before. Can move around the court.
So Dave, we've got our coffees. We're ready to go. We're ready to continue.
That's right, mate. Loving this contest. Wu Di, Deny Udenchoke. Great return from Wu. Stepping in on the backhand. It's a trademark of his, taking that ball really early off the returns, especially that second serve.
Oh,
And 2 in a row.
That's Marat Safin style. Jumping up on the one leg,
Advantage Wu.
full extension.
He's fired up.
So we've already seen, I think, 3 breaks of serve. First 2 games breaks, and then one again from Udenchoke. So another break point here. And look at his second serve. And Wu Di takes advantage of it. And we're back at level pegging, 3 games apiece. Middle stages of this first set of the men's final. Again, just to reiterate, the winner of this match is straight through to the main draw of the Australian Open in 2013. So what a prize up for grabs. Guess it's an interesting one because Deny Udenchoke has been to every Grand Slam. He's 31. So can he make it another one in the latter years of his career, or can Wu Di go to the Australian Open at 21 years of age for the first time? What do you think of his one-handed topspin backhand? It's not the most common stroke. I like the fact that you get to see one-handed backhand out there. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, they're a dying breed, the one-handers, aren't they? You don't see them around as much, and he's a bit older, so growing up, young players these days generally have the two-hander. But I have to say, I love a good single-hand backhand.
Yeah. It's pretty solid, I think.
It is pretty solid. It's not your classic style, his technique. He kind of hits it a little bit inside out, some of it. Doesn't let the racket head go. As you say, Federer obviously is the perfect example. You see his single-hand backhand really lets the racket head go at the end. Comes around the ball. Very free on it.
Yeah, you don't see his arms expand out nearly as much, do you? That left hand is kind of just stays down a little bit.
That's right. Slightly cautious.
Yeah.
The way he hits it. Still, we can move it around pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's done a string there. As he casually strolls over to the bench.
Yeah.
Not in a rush.
He just mentioned something to the umpire there. Seemed like it was the top of the string, so you know he hasn't middled it.
He hasn't middled it.
You wouldn't be happy with that.
Shanked that one.
So Wu Di is on serve. 3 game points here. And he takes it. Udenchoke didn't do nearly enough with that backhand and opened up the court. Wu Di leads 4 games to 3. And we're back. It's been a great day's tennis so far. Real testament to this event, the very first Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. So there will be many more of these to come, given the success of the last few days. As that one hits the line, Udumchoke just channeling a bit of Bernard Tomic with those slices.
He was interesting because he went up the middle with about 4 in a row, and I thought the tactic was okay, but you can't keep hitting it up the middle. Move him around with a slice. Defeats the purpose otherwise.
15, 30.
I really love Wu Di's attitude, the way he goes about it. Very, very positive. He's fired up, using the crowd to his advantage.
Yeah, he's got good energy, doesn't he, about him?
Yeah, great energy. Udumchoke, a little bit like we saw in the women's final with Wang.
Yeah, just emotionless.
That's
on
right.
court. It's almost a similar matchup to the women's match that we saw. Udumchoke is probably slightly more conservative, and Wu Di is just, you know, he can hit any ball really, got really positive energy, goes for the ball, a bit more aggressive. So a similar matchup,
40, 30.
and if it's the same result, Wu Di will be the one to come out the victor, but obviously there's a long way to go. Sensational point from Udumchoke. Just when you think Wu Di has the upper hand, he comes out and produces that sort of tennis.
Yeah, it's awesome hitting, and even got applause from the home crowd there.
Yes. Yeah, good pickup.
First time that he's got one.
So we're getting into the latter stages of this first set. 4 games apiece. Very hard to pick.
Love 15.
Yeah, you can't pick him, can you, Udumchoke? I remember I spoke to him post-match down in Burnie, in Tassie, when he won the final there. And even after he won, just so conservative, you know, very modest. And there was very little emotion shown out on court. I suppose it can be a good thing to some extent. When you're playing against someone who gives you no emotion, it can be pretty frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, it can be. You're not sure what's going on in their head. They're not giving you anything to work with.
Oh, he didn't do enough with that one.
Crucial point, love 40 now. He set it up well. Great approach. Could have actually gone back behind Udumchoke with the volley.
Tried to just go behind him. Probably the right shot, just overplayed it slightly. Still 2 break points here. If he can pinch this one, he'll come out and serve for the first set. and goes straight back towards him and apologises, which is good to see.
Great pickup. Look at this one.
Yeah, that shot there.
Great hands. And through his legs.
Clean bowl.
That could have been a lot of trouble for Danae there for a sec.
Still one more break point. Just missed.
He set it up. An inch away from serving out for the first set. Back to Juice though.
This is certainly a momentum changer, potentially. He had 3 break points, and now we're back to Juice. And he did have an opportunity in each one of those points. Oh no. Poor choice.
A brain fade from Wu Di.
Well, Udimchok was moving in, I think, as well at the time, so it wasn't going to work.
Definitely wasn't. He just chipped it up the line. Set up the approach for
Juice.
Oh, it's hit the top of the net and bounced over, and the fans loved
They
it.
love it. That's probably the biggest roar we've seen. No apologies there from the crowd.
No.
A few more of them, they say.
Oh, this is turning into be a big game. And you can hear just in the effects mic, I think the wind is picking up out there. You can see off to the side as well. Some of the flags, the umbrellas just blowing around a bit. Crucial time to bring that serve out. So game point here. Going point for point. Can really change the complexion of this match. Whoever wins this game right now. And it's just missed. So Wu Di charges to the net and he leads 5-4 in the opening set of this men's final. lack of footwork there.
He just waited for it and choke.
We were just mentioning off air, just quickly, Dave, he's a bit of an unusual guy, Udum. He's really solid sometimes, but then he'll throw in a loose shot. It's hard to pick his emotions as well, and that was very surprising. And then he'll remain solid again. So it's just
It's very strange. He looks quite lackadaisical at times, like he's not too fussed. Then he comes up with some great shots still. Once again, another good poker player, no doubt.
yes, plenty of them.
30 all.
It's almost like he's quite a physical player. He needs to rely on getting out on court and feeling good because he's moving around the court so well. I mean, not every day you go out there and feel 100%, so maybe right now he's, I don't know, just struggling with a lack of energy or something.
Yep.
I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of net cords throughout the last few days.
Yeah, it's I need to check the height of the net over there.
But a lot of times it's just chipped the net and bounced over. I've seen it so many times.
Oh,
cracking shot.
and there's those returns. One of Wu D's strengths, no doubt. We've seen him hit some awesome returns already in this match.
2 points from the first set.
Advantage Urumcho.
No response from the crowd at all.
Game Urumcho.
All right, so he gets out, sneaks away, and now we're back at 5-all. That was a big game. A couple of errors there just towards the end from Wu Di. Can you pick it this first set, Dave?
It's a pretty tough one to pick. Wu Di plays some pretty electrifying tennis, and then Udenchok, you think, kind of goes off the boil for a while, but then comes up with some great tennis again and plays really solid. Extremely close match here. This first set could be crucial.
That's his strength, isn't it? When the ball bounces up, it's a little bit short. He can really open up the court.
Yeah, takes it on the rise. Steps in nice and early. And his footwork's fantastic, Wu Di. Very quick around the court. Often very quick into position.
And it's also a bit of a strength of Udenchok. It's very noticeable when that ball's bouncing up high. He doesn't move his feet too much, but he can just pick the gap.
You're right. His footwork sometimes, we're saying, looks a bit lackadaisical, but it doesn't seem to affect him too much.
No.
He allows himself for a lot of time still.
High quality hitting, and don't the crowd love it?
Rally of the match so far. Big come on from Wu Di.
14-15.
And don't you love it in tennis when both players just step up in a rally,
Yeah.
refuse to give up the point. Very fit, both players.
And just a loose stroke there, perhaps a tied stroke from Udumchok, and Wu Di moves forward. He now leads in the first set, 6-5. He'll come out and try and break serve and take this first set in the men's singles final.
Time. Love. Out. 30 love.
Overall from the umpire there. The linesman didn't call that one. Just missing though. He's hit some great backhands up the line, Wu Di. Just missing that one. Udumchok 2 points away from forcing this one into a tie break.
40 love.
Great serve again. Good serving game, this one.
And it was a bit of an all or nothing one there from Wu Di. So we are at 6 games apiece, and that means a tie break. And I am not going to try and guess who's going to win this.
Absolute coin toss, this one.
I mean, both players definitely capable of taking this one out. I guess you'd maybe say Wu Di, but at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Udumchok came out, didn't miss a ball, and just took it. You just don't know what he's going to do. Just missed it. Just about to say that that drop shot wasn't good enough. I mean, pretty much no drop shot is good enough against Udumchok. He's that quick, but he stabilised himself at the net and put the pressure on him. I thought Udumchok was there in enough time to hit through the ball, but he decided to chip it cross court. I think the scoreboard just ticked to 1-1, and Udumchok corrected it. I would have left it. Mini break.
That's right. They love the mini break. That's where Udumchok's footwork probably needs to come into play a bit more. Set some weights for that shot, but it is his style of play.
Correction was good. That's it.
So double fault there.
Bit of commotion in the crowd.
Well, the score on the scoreboard states...
You did hit this first shot out. 3 love. Yeah, I made the mistake. Yeah. I understand. I made the mistake.
So yeah, they've just corrected that. It's 3 love and not 2-1.
Bit of confusion about that first point, I think.
Yeah.
It was overruling by the umpire.
3-0.
So it's a double mini break now. Great start from Wu Di. And Wu Di just powering towards this first set tiebreak. Now leads 4 points to love. And the crowd is getting behind the youngster, as you can hear. Udumchok just sort of smiling after that one. He seems very relaxed out there at the moment. I'm not sure he should be too relaxed right now. So 5-0, Dave. Very tough to come back from that deficit.
Absolutely, in a tie-break. Udumchok, he's...
Can't pick him,
He's,
can he? Can't pick him.
He's a strange unit.
It's as though
like
he
he's not
knows
too
that he's
fast.
already into the Australian Open, and we don't know that. That's sort of how he's playing a little bit. It does
Great
well
shot.
there.
Great use of the court. Short angle.
5-1.
Great touch. See you guys players sliding on hard court. We saw Udumchok there. Sort of come in about the last 5 years. I find it amazing. I can't believe they don't injure themselves.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know how. Is that just because they've played on the court for so long? They've got such experience, they just know how it works? Or is it the shoes? I don't know how it works.
Probably a bit of both, I think.
Yeah?
But I certainly don't take that risk because I'm sure I'd end up doing an ankle.
Yeah, exactly. I guess you just gain that knowledge over so many years of playing. You know how far you can push it.
Yep.
Cracking stroke. Wu Di is 1 point away from taking this first set and moving closer towards the main draw of the Australian Open. And you see Udumchuk there. I'm just not sure if he's struggling with a lack of energy out there. Can't see signs of an injury, but he doesn't seem comfortable.
He seems a bit flat.
Yeah, he does. And it's been forced wide. So Wu Di, he's taken the first set in this men's singles final of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. So it was a somewhat of an unusual first set. I didn't feel that Wu Di played that much better tennis than Udumchuk. I mean, he played well. I think it was his energy. He was opening up the court and hitting winners. I don't know, I just felt that Udumchuk just lost a little bit of concentration at really important times throughout that set.
Absolutely, in particular tiebreak, he really kind of just went wandering for a while and went down 4-love to start, or 5-love to start, and yeah, couldn't work himself back into that tiebreak. Just, yeah, he's up and down mentally. He can get a bit distracted, it seems. And then he plays some amazing tennis, and then he drops off a bit and looks like he doesn't care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell there, the body language, just talking to himself, suggests that there's something not quite right. No sign of a doctor or anything like that, so you'd have to think injury's out of the question. Whether he's fatigued, I'm not sure. I mean, mentioned I saw him play in the Burnley International and there was no sign of mental weakness throughout that tournament at all. It was in fact the opposite. That's how he won the match in the end.
I'm sure we'll see that mental strength come through in this second set.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
I think otherwise someone needs to hold a sign up and say wild card available for the winner of this match. You might have forgot what he's playing for.
I know. Well, there were some interesting comments that that Wu Di made after his semi-final victory. He just said he felt no pressure on the day or throughout this whole week. And the way he's played out there suggests that he's still feeling no pressure at all.
Yeah, well, he's just hitting so freely, and that's what he's been doing all week. He's continued it going, and even when he makes a mistake, he still doesn't hold back too much. And I think just the way he hits, just moving the ball around, and he's not afraid to pull the trigger. And that's what's got him on top at the moment. Plus that energy. He's really super positive. He's fired up. He's got a nice crowd there supporting him. Udumchuk just thinking pretty deeply right now.
Yeah.
Maybe just thinking, what was I doing these last few games of that first set?
Time.
I kind of get the feeling anything could still happen in this match.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the first couple of games are going to be very important because when you lose the first set, it's crucial to come out and just change your mindset a little bit and think, okay, what happened in that first one? What can I adjust? But first couple of games, if Wu Di comes out on top and he's still got that energy, this could very quickly slide away from Udumchuk.
Absolutely.
So let's hope that we see some positive signs. This first game could really tell a lot.
Love 15.
And obviously that is not the ideal way to start. And already, love 30. I mean, we spoke about Udumchuk and the fact that perhaps he didn't perform as well as we would have expected, but I mean, full credit needs to go to Wu Di as well. He did play some good tennis in that first set.
He did. He's pretty fired up. He's continuing it at the moment. And that's a shot I'd like to see Udumchuk do a lot more of the slice, but he's been slicing just up the middle. And I mean, he's got a lot of time to play a shot still, Wu Di. If he can move him around with the slice, that could change things a lot.
Yeah, opens up the court.
30 off.
Well, one of his strengths, he has said that it's his forehand, but particularly the way he moves around the court too. So that's why it was a bit surprising that he was throwing in some loose shots in the first set. It was almost as though he was giving up to some extent. So we'll see how well he uses his strength, which is moving around the court in this second set. And that is something that we have seen from Wu Di all throughout that first set, and less so from Udumchok. Opening up the court, taking full advantage of a short ball, and just being a bit more positive. And now he's got a break point, first game. And he takes it. So as we saw in the first set, there were 2 breaks of serve in the first 2 games, and already in the second set, Wu Di takes it and leads. 1 set to love, and now 1 game to love.
Net for serve. Net for serve. Love. Out 30 love.
He timed it well, but it was high part of the net, so it's tough.
That's right, and Wu Di's serve's really picked up as this match has gone along. A couple of free points already this game.
And you could just tell that he was going to do a drop shot with that shot, and you knew it wasn't going to work.
Wasn't going to be successful.
No, that has to be fatigue or something, that stroke.
Yeah, he's just lost his way a bit, Udumchok. Last sort of half an hour or so.
But that he just gave up in that on that game. It was just... Big test for him now. And Wu Di, he's 10 years younger right now. And he's just got that energy about him, that youthful energy, and you cannot see him being defeated in this match at the moment.
15 off.
He has got the crowd behind him, and he does seem like he feeds off it. Not a huge crowd, but certainly enough people there to motivate him that little bit more. And he does feed off the crowd, you can tell. Called
15, 30.
called out. So it's a fairly obvious statement, but right now, Udumcho can't afford to drop this game and go down a double break in the second set.
Massive game, this one. Huge moment in the match. Oh,
Great shot.
great shot, Wu Di. Full stretch on the backhand.
I reckon he'd love his opponents to run into the net as well like that and give him the opportunity to pass. He seems like he feeds off that.
Yeah.
So 2 break points.
30, 40.
And there's that casual way that he has just hitting the ball. Kind of walks up to it. It's a little bit like Bernard Tomic, I have to say.
It is. And you would know, Dave. But yeah, that was incredible. He was almost stationary there for a second.
Game well.
And he drops it. So the youngster from China is moving
Leads by 3 games.
closer and closer to a main draw berth in the Australian Open. He leads with a double break. He won the first set and he now leads 3 games to love. So interesting point here, Dave. We've spoken about Udumcho and the fact that he's been quite lackadaisical, lacking energy. I question whether there was an injury, and now we see the doctor out there at the moment.
Yeah, I think you picked it, Adrian. There did seem like there was something wrong with him. And it looks like the wrist is causing him, or the forearm there.
Yeah, it's like the inside of the forearm. It's got that sort of magic spray out there. I mean, I didn't see any signs of injury.
No, I didn't feel him massaging his arm or
No.
anything like that. But he just definitely seemed a bit off in the last half an hour.
Edward Udumcho is now receiving a medical timeout.
Yeah, so there's obviously the official announcement.
Now, the other thing is, this, I mean, it is gamesmanship in a way, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he is sore a bit.
Yeah.
But it does kind of give him time to reset his mind and also make Wu Di think about what's going on out there. Hang on a minute, I'm up a set and a double break. Makes
Yep.
him think about, put a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, I
So
think
perhaps
it's-
a bit of experience coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sensitive sort of point, but again, it's been around for a little while now. There has been a bit of talk about the fact that this can take place sometimes. It's not really against the rules officially, I suppose. It's hard to actually adjudicate on that sort of thing. You know, he probably does have a bit of a twinge there, but yeah, it's interesting timing, that's for sure. As we see the fans there,
Love it.
engrossed. Look at
One
that.
checks the watch.
Yeah. How long's this point been going for? That is awesome.
That is classic.
That is so good. That is a long point as well. Let's wait for the reaction. You'll be able to tell who won the point after this reaction.
This is probably the longest rally of the match.
It must be. Is this a different match? I don't remember there being a point for this long.
Oh, it's still going. Oh, there it is.
Wu Di
Wu
won
Di.
it. Unless that was the one point that they cheered for Udumcho, because there was one.
There was one when he played. It was a spectacular rally. That was awesome.
That was
great
great.
footage.
Yes.
And that hopefully we see something like that at the Australian Open.
Yeah.
Just the crowd.
Oh, yeah. It's almost more amusing because there were just a few of them there.
Yeah.
And they were all doing the same thing. So this medical timeout will just go for another 30 seconds or 1 minute. And then obviously we'll just watch closely to see the repercussions of this and whether Udumcho can, I guess, at first continue, whether it affects Wu Di as well.
30 seconds remaining.
And we see the fans there just enjoying themselves. It really has been a great event. It's the inaugural running of this wildcard event. So just to repeat again, the winner of this match will get a main draw berth into the Australian Open, which is a huge prize. We've had the women's final already earlier today, which was a great match. It was 2 sets. And the winner was Zhang Yujuan. So it was 6-4, 6-2 in 1 hour and 40 minutes. And it was great tennis. Dave and I were both commenting on it. It really was a great match. And I think look out for the youngster Zhang from China. So let's see how this goes, Dave. Udumcho's back out. Still down.
15 love.
So Wu Di won the first set, and now he's up 3-love. Udumcho's just had a medical timeout. Bit of attention to his forearm. Imagine the reaction if that went in.
Yeah, they would have been on their feet, that crowd. So a pretty positive start from Udumcho after the injury timeout.
It'd be a little bit, I reckon it'd be tough watching him if you were Udumcho's coach. I reckon you'd be sort of pulling your hair out sometimes.
I think so.
Yeah, smart shot.
15 set.
So these players haven't played before, which is interesting. I suppose Wu Di is still 21, so he hasn't been around for too long. Both ranked very similar. Wu Di 154 in the world and Udumcho 151.
15-40.
Udumcho's had the highest ranking of 77. And as Dave mentioned earlier, Wu Di's on track to break into the top 100.
So Say's one break point. Udumcho looking to get himself back into this match. Ooh, a little bit of emotion there from Danae.
It was as though I think he was looking at his coach maybe and just sort of saying it's too sore, maybe his arm, or it just doesn't feel right.
Oh, great tennis, Wu Di. I've seen that a lot today already, and this week.
And this is a big game coming off that medical timeout. It's always interesting to see what the effect is. It can affect the opposing player. You can start to think about it a little bit more. But right now, Wu Di is staying strong. He's got a game point to take a 4-love lead, which is almost insurmountable, you would think. Not great signs for Udumchok either, in terms of being able to get himself back into the match. And he's up and about, Wu Di. 4 games to love lead. The crowd is behind him. And he's one focused man right now. Both eyes on a berth into the Australian Open. As the sun's just sort of peeking through a little bit. It has throughout the day. Play was brought forward 1 hour because there was some concern that the weather might close in a little bit. But right now, it looks still pretty good. Oh, he's up and
He's
about.
done it again. Off that second serve, steps in. Great jump backhand then. Oh, getting that one a little bit late.
15 on.
Very tough for Udumchok mentally to get back in this match, especially when Wu's playing so well. And all the momentum with Wu Di.
15, 30.
And he's absolutely storming towards victory now.
15.
He's got all of the energy, and Udumchok just shaking his head there, really, really struggling. Two break points to take a 5-love lead. Yeah, smart shot. Wu was right back in the court, and he's very quick, but not quick enough.
Juice.
Just had a bit too much time, I think.
Be interesting to see if Udinchok gets this game, just to see how Wu responds next game. He has got the double break, plenty of breathing space. See him desperately running for that ball before.
Ned, the serve.
So he stays strong. Udinchok, after facing 3 break points in that game, he holds and he's sticking around. He's still down 1-4 in this second set.
Time.
So good start from Udinchok. Dave, as you mentioned, it's going to be very interesting to see how Wu Di handles the pressure. He's not far away from taking this match, and he knows what prize is awaiting him. Udinchok sticking around, so the match isn't over at this stage.
And I think we'll see a bit of that. A few come-ons. Try and get the energy going again, because he knows this is crucial. He can't let up at all. Looks like Udinchok's not going to go away.
Oh, great volley.
Fantastic touch at net.
I'm surprised he hasn't tried that a little bit
more often,
throughout
yeah.
this match. Yeah. He's got such good touch.
Smart volley, keeping it low there.
Yeah, you're right. He's getting pretty vocal, isn't he?
He is. Big point. If he can get this game, you'd think he's on his way.
That's that backhand. Spoke about it earlier. It's not a conventional one-handed backhand. He just goes inside out, but he can get a little. It's a pretty strong shot.
It is. Hits it flat, as you said, inside out. He's starting to do it more often in these last couple of games. Working well.
And he's taken a break.
There you go.
So you can just hear the crowd reaction there.
Wu leads by 4 games.
Sort of erring there's a lot of concern out there now. I think Wudi still, you'd have to say, has the momentum. He's not playing badly, but Udumchuk, the fact that he had that little time out and now he's come out and he's sticking around, there's added pressure.
You could just feel the pressure grow as well. And
Yeah.
I think as we're commentating here, and we was 4 up, but we've kind of felt like something was going to happen, and it did. And Udumchuk, he's back in this match. And Wudi just playing slightly more conservative than he was.
Yeah, well, obviously tennis is an incredibly mental game. All of these guys are very strong physically. Technically, they all play very well. But when it comes down to it, it's sometimes just that mental aspect. You just start questioning yourself. You're thinking about it a little bit too much.
15 love.
And that just takes your concentration away from actually hitting the ball back over the net. And you know, playing a guy like Udumchuk, you do need to go out and win it yourself. You can't wait for him to just hand it back to you. Apart from that shot.
No, you're absolutely right, Adrian.
15 all.
And at 4-love, Wudi had game point, break point again for 5-love, but we're 4-2 now. Yep, smart play and coming to net a little more often.
30-15.
We thought this would be a good tactic for him. Started to play a bit smarter, hitting his backhand up the line, moving in.
And again, just really strong volley, very competent. Technically, really high quality, so hopefully he just continues to do that. He's definitely had a bit of a change in his mindset and just the way he's playing tactically. So 2 game points here to really put the pressure back on Wudi. And there it is. It's an uncharacteristic error from Wu. And now it's 4 games to 3. He'll come back out to try and continue with some sort of momentum.
Time.
Oh, so big stages of this match right now. Pressure right back on Wudi. You just feel that he's changing the way he's playing at the moment.
He's rushing a little bit too. His next couple of points crucial. Needs momentum back in his way.
It's out.
It's a big, big point.
It is. That's the confidence. He'll feed off that sort of point because Udumchuk rarely makes errors, and if you can stay with him and force the error, that's a big win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Adrian. Very confidence boosting point. Win those long rallies like that, especially in this pressure tight situation.
That's a great shot. That's what we saw in the first set. Nice solid serve and then open up the court and go for it.
That's the main thing for Wu Di at this stage. He's just got to keep hitting.
Just overplaying it a little bit. So 30 all here. And a great time to bring up that first serve. You can feel the tension right now. Whichever way this game falls, it can completely change this match, can't it?
That's right. I think if Wu Di can get this game, and hopefully should settle a bit.
And he takes it. So he stays positive. He returns to the way he was playing in that first set and now leads 5-3. And Udumchuk, you can just tell, somewhat deflated.
You can see his body language just dropping there. It's amazing, isn't it? It's just one game. He's on a bit of a run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one game ago, you were looking at him and thinking, he's up and about, he's got the momentum, and it just changes completely.
So important for Udumchuk to hold here because there's still going to be a lot of pressure on Wu Di to serve this out. You must make him serve it out.
Yeah, that's the way he wants to play.
Free hitting, nice and deep. Great shot from Wu Di. Down at Udumchuk's feet. Tough, tough volley. We mentioned he likes the target. He likes the player coming into net. Just 2 points away now.
Correction, first serve.
Pass long, great scrambling.
Aggressive hitting from Udemchoke. Under pressure, but still stepping in, being positive. Massive point coming up.
It wasn't a bad drop shot, but Udemchoke responded well, just placed it deep, and then you just put all of the pressure back on your opponent. So Udemchoke, as we've said a number of times, he's never going to stop fighting. And he continues in that vein, so he's put the pressure back on Wudi. He leads 5-4, and he'll have to come out and serve for the match and a place in the Australian Open main draw. So the crowd just getting behind Wudi now, their man. He's one game away from heading to Melbourne in January. And what a start.
Great serve. Udemchoke just checking the mark. But there's going to be no overruling now. And that's what he needs. Great start to this game. His first couple of points crucial. Relieves the pressure, puts it on Udemchoke.
There we go.
Smart serving too. He took a bit of pace off on both these serves. Placement is the key there. Heavy kicker out wide.
Udemchoke, all or nothing, but he made it.
That inside out, back and down the line, one of his strengths. Still hanging in there.
Yep. Shot.
Great shot.
Fearless stroke play there. He's risen to the occasion, hasn't he?
He certainly has. That free hitting's come back the last couple of games. And he is fired up.
That's a good sign, I think, too. We were questioning the fact that Udemchoke was coming back. Nerves might come into play, but he's responded very well. 1 point away. And he's done it. And listen to the crowd. The 21-year-old is heading to Melbourne for the Australian Open in 2013 after a great few days here in Nanjing. And he's just applauding the crowd. They have been very supportive of him today. Doesn't he love it? And he did very well. Danai Udemchoke He's 10 years his senior, very experienced player from Thailand, but Wu Di, he was the better player today and he fully deserves his place in the Australian Open as we see the final point, big serve, and look at that reaction, don't you love that?
He showed a lot of emotion the whole match and great to see that on match point. It really well deserved from Wu Di, played such great tennis all tournament. And good to see him come over that mental barrier as well, deep in the second set. Udemchok won 3 games in a row. But what a fantastic effort and great sportsmanship from Udemchok. Big smile, pat on the back, really happy to see him win. And yeah, he's been around a while, 31 years of age, Udemchok. Great experience, played in all Grand Slams and very happy for his opponent to play in his. Secured the wildcard into the Australian Open for January 2013.
So we just see the congratulations from the President of Tennis Australia, Steve Healy, and they'll set up for the presentation now. As we see just some highlights of that match. He really did play well from the very first point. Coming into the match, perhaps Udemchok was the one to beat. He played probably not his best quality out there, but you really need to give all the credit to Wu Di. Some of the stroke making, especially when the court was open, just finishing off the point really well. And the energy that Dave mentioned he brought to the court is exactly what we were after, what we wanted to see, and he fed off the crowd as well.
You'd expect him to have a pretty good following come January as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we mentioned earlier, I mean, he's 21 years of age. Where do you think he can go?
I think absolutely, definitely top 100. He seems to be playing very confident.
Yep.
Had some great wins this week. And, I mean, he's only a short guy. We're looking at his profile. He's only 5'8", 173 centimetres. But he can generate so much power on his ground strokes. And if he can keep hitting like that and use that confidence, keep building, he's already jumped about 300 spots this year. I think he's definitely on his way to the top 100.
Yeah, he's definitely one to watch out of the young Chinese players coming through. We've mentioned Li Na, the fact that she's come out and really dominated women's tennis. The interest in Chinese tennis is growing, so watch out for a number of these players to really progress and rise up the rankings over the next few years. We saw Zhang earlier in the female match. She won. She'll be into the main draw of the Australian Open as well. She's currently ranked 515, but there's no doubt that will rise. So we'll see the presentation now.
Now let's welcome President of Tennis Australia, Steve Healy. 下面请我们欢迎澳大利亚网球协会主席 Steve Healy 先生。首先，代表澳洲网球协会，我想要对所有工作人员表示感谢，包括我们的主裁判、编裁、球童和志愿者。我还要感谢中国网球协会、北京国际集团、南京体育学院、中国网球学院，特别感谢我们的赞助商澳洲新西兰银行、劳力士、Plexi Cushion 公司以及中国体育彩票的大力支持。
The Grand Slam of Asia Pacific, the Australian Open is just around the corner, and we are ready. The players will be ready, and we are thrilled that we can welcome Wu Di to the Australian Open 2013.
亚太地区大满贯赛事澳大利亚网球公开赛即将到来，选手们蓄势待发，我们也做好了充分的准备，欢迎吴迪参加2013年澳网公开赛。
We have witnessed this week a great opportunity for players from the Asia Pacific region to be part of the 2013 Australian Open. I would like to congratulate all of the players who have participated for their effort this week, in particular our runner-up Danai Udemchok, and our winner, Wu Di. On behalf of Tennis Australia, I look forward to welcoming all of our friends from the Asia Pacific region to the Australian Open in January 2013. 谢谢。
这一周的比赛为亚太地区的选手进入澳网提供了极好的机会。我想要感谢选手们在这周比赛中付出的努力，特别是我们的亚军达拉伊乌东 Chalk 和我们的冠军吴迪。在这里，我仅代表澳大利亚网球协会，期盼着和我们所有来自亚太的地区的朋友们，在2013年1月的澳网公开赛上相见。谢谢。Thank you, Ms. Healy, for your speech. Now I am honored to announce the men's single runner-up of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, Diana Wudong Chalk. 我们的亚军是 Diana Wudong Chalk. Now let's welcome Zhang, the Vice President of Nanjing Sports Institute, to present the award. Now I am honored to announce the men's singles winner of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, Wu Di. 我们的冠军是吴迪。Now let's welcome Healy to present the awards.等一等，吴迪，可以等一下吗？你可以对我们观众说些什么吗？他们今天都来看你的比赛，他们都非常的高兴，包括我在内也非常的激动。
感谢大家来观看这次比赛，我特别感谢那个主办方和那丝线和球童，我在这边打得非常棒，谢谢你们，谢谢你们。
Thank you. Now let's offer our great congratulations to all the winners today. 让我们用热烈的掌声表示祝贺。Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. Thank you for your attention. Thank you all. Goodbye. 谢谢大家。
So, Dave, there you have it. We'll just wrap up the inaugural running of the Australian Open wildcard. So we've had two players that have gone through to the main draw today, Zhang Yuzhuan and Wu Di, we've just seen there. So not a bad day's tennis, Dave.
No, it's been pretty good, really high quality matches, and definitely the two best matches we've seen on both the women's and men's side of this tournament. And a bit of consolation for both runners-ups. Their rankings are high enough to get them into the qualification for the Australian Open. So it's not all lost for them, but two really deserved winners. And Wu Di was just fantastic, and he's going to be pretty good player, I think, in the future.
Yeah, no, I think we've unearthed a couple of youngsters there. So look out for the Australian Open in January. We'll see how they go. But Dave, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adrian. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. And on behalf of the whole team, Pete Mercado, myself, Adrian Franklin, Dave Bidmead, and the rest of the team, thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you in January for Australian Open 2013.